Okay, starting up the stream, but without Instagram today. So I'll just be on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Okay, I think I can have the mic on for a bit. It gets noisy here in my little studio area, my little corner studio. It's just the way it is. So right now I'm working with the Ames lettering guide to help lay out my dialogue. All of my wording besides my onomatopoeia, my sound effects. And just setting the expectations and a reminder that this stream, creating this comic page, is a little bit experimental, a little bit of development, and wrapping up with a finished comic book page that I can post online and then continue on from there. So all of this is based off of a video game avatar, video game character, that I am heavily inspired from, that I play in the game Star Citizen, and I'm taking that character idea and creating a science fiction type of comic book story that I'm going to pencil and ink and letter, any coloring if necessary, to make I guess I'm just going to start off with a black and white comic strip that is going to be formatted for mobile devices, and could always be formatted for print as well. The format I currently have set for the comic book page is probably more for maybe an iPad. I'm working with a 14 by 17 inch, which I'll show throughout the stream, backed up on the full page, but right now I'm kind of zoomed in and I don't want to mess with the focus settings going back and forth. So you'll see that as I go along throughout the stream. But the format of this 14 inch by 17 inch bristle board that I'm drawing on is probably shaped more for an iPad, right, versus an iPhone. So I've taken an iPhone screenshot and looked up all of the pixel dimensions for the iPhones and other mobile devices to get an idea of a vertical layout that's more formatted for a phone. Right now, when I take this comic book page and put it on my phone, I have to zoom in. It's also not shaped for a taller vertical screen. So if I want to make a comic book strip that's more handheld, mobile friendly, then I've sort of laid that out, and I'll show that maybe a little bit later. You know what? Let me actually show you here with this one. So what you see is a vertical layout. Let me move it over here on the other screen. There we go. For the vertical viewers. This would be formatted for an iPhone, right? Where I have the top first panel is the title panel, and then 1, 2, 3 other panels underneath. But those 3 panels underneath can always be split into 2 individual panels. So you can have at least 3 story panels, up to 6 story panels. And I think that's pretty cool. With it being more of a comic book strip versus a printed comic book page for a bound booklet, there's going to be less detail. So I've been spending a lot of time putting artwork on this page just to get an idea of what I want it to look like, what information needs to be drawn into the panels to help convey the story, expression, and mood, and so forth, and just to overall entertain. If I don't hit all those marks, that's okay, I'll keep working on it. But right now, I just want to get this to a good stopping point to where I can post it and get a good final page. So let me actually go back to my references. Let me Control Z. There we go. Right now I'm practicing with the lettering guide to work in my dialogue. One of the previous streams I talked a little bit about how big I'm going to write all the wording in here for it to be legible on a mobile device. And I did go through and I needed to refresh my memory on using the Ames lettering guide. So I have that setting, and I'll go over that here later. But right now, I want to make sure that my lettering, hand-drawn lettering in here, is big enough to transfer over to be viewable on the screen. My table is not really properly attached here, so it may make a loud bang noise. One of the reasons why I keep my mic muted most of the times, because sometimes it makes a loud bang noise right next to the microphone. So I apologize if that happens. Considering the setting on the Ames lettering guide that's typically used for traditional comic book creation, I'm going to increase I'm going to use the same ratio spacing for those lines, but I'm going to increase the height of the lettering, which thus increases the leading a bit, right? So I have it set to number 6 on the Ames lettering guide versus in between 3 and 4, which, looking up, just double checking and making sure that those are sort of standard settings, right? You don't have to stick with those settings. Work with what's going to look best for your comic, but keep practicing with it. The Ames lettering guide is scary looking at first. It's a super useful tool. It's really, really hard to see, but all this is 2 pieces of plastic, one of them being a circle captured inside this other shape, but still loose enough to where you can spin it around with your fingers. All of these holes are set as your line setups that you can run parallel for your guides, your lettering guide. There's numbers along the edge of the circle that you can set. See here? Kind of hard. It's really hard. Even I can't see it here in real life. It's hard to see. You have to zoom in on it. But this is where you set your leading. It spins your holes around so that it changes the angle. And then you just draw those out. Handwrite your stuff. Ready to rock and roll. Maybe I'll go over some more of this as I'm working in the text. I'll go ahead and keep my mic on for a little bit. So I started off my day right before the stream just writing down some notes, and I like handwriting notes, of course, versus just typing in notes or something. But I went ahead and used the Ames lettering guide set to the leading that I want to use for this page, and so I wrote my notes for that. My first note is panel 3 art. Panel 3 needs some finished up art. Panel 4, I need to change the sound effects a little bit. Panel 1 art. Panel 1 is making sure that I've figured out what I want to do for my background art. I'll be doing hand writing, dialogue, narration, so forth, and then borders for that text, which are the word balloons, caption boxes, and so forth. Those are sort of my tasks today. This is before we get into, that's 5 tasks. Before we get into inking. Once you get into the groove of handwriting, it sort of just flows out and you can keep it fairly consistent. But yes, it does take lots of practice. To make it easier to sort of cut corners and abiding by, current sort of industry standards and getting things done much quicker. Obviously, I can take this into Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop or something like that, and add in my dialogue, just like I showed on the mock-up that I did, the iPhone mock-up. That's basically all that is. Panel 3 art. Panel 1, 2, and 3. We can start with panel 1. I don't have to go necessarily in the order that I've written it down. I'm going to set my lettering guide off to the side. Oops. I think I'm going to make a scene adjustment real quick. Let me try something. No, actually, never mind. I'll mess with that later. I was hoping maybe I can make the camera view wider or bigger, but the way I have the camera oriented, it's not going to allow me to do that. That's okay. Panel 1, I'll need to finish up the artwork on this and just make a decision on what I'm going to do with it. I've changed different things. Oh, you know what? I streamed yesterday for a couple of hours. It was sort of a silent, just music and art. But after the stream, I continued to work on the page for a while, and I want to show some of the changes that I made. Excuse me. We have a science fiction based character. The scene is set in space inside of his spaceship. It's a cargo hauling ship, He is in the pilot seat, geared up with a spacesuit. Behind him, we see panels and just basic shapes representing sort of parts of the ceiling and wall behind him. But what I wanted to do was sort of set the tone for how I draw out multiple displays, little monitor screens, buttons, switches, dials. What I like about this sort of environment is it's a little bit more analog and sort of retro, right? So I want to keep the retro theme in mind by making all of my ship interactions more analog and dial and switch like. So when I draw in the panels, I want to start off with just a big basic shape. Like this is a row of panels and controls. Maybe in a different part of the ship there's a wall, just a tall rectangle of shapes inside of that representing switches and dials and lights and so forth. Inside that basic shape, which I started off here, before I had just a bunch of random shapes, sort of loose, and they were kind of floating, which would imply that maybe there's hinges or arms holding those in the air. Instead, I'm just going to draw a big shape and then draw smaller shapes inside of that. This being a strip, I'm not going to go through and put a lot of effort into making the most realistic looking control panels inside of a ship. This is a cartoon. I need it to be represented by the least amount of art, so I don't have to put a whole lot of time into it. I erased all this out. And this poor piece of paper has been abused like crazy. It's never really good to erase so much. You need to plan things out a little bit better, but this was sort of a nice experimental page to try out different things that I need to always consider. So simplifying the control panels here and here, where I just kind of sketched them out, kind of arced around in front of them, and then to the side of him. So his seat's going to sit within that arc, that sort of horseshoe shape of panels, monitors, and other controls. Here at the top is what I need to work on. And I've drawn in all sorts of areas that need to be sort of redefined and shaped out. I'm going to do the same thing where I create just one big shape and then start segmenting it off so it's a cleaner look. I also changed the onomatopoeia design. I need to swap out my earbud because it's already starting to die. I've changed the design of the onomatopoeia on this panel. I want the burr, 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 burr sort of alarm sound, but I want here off to the left a mechanical voice announcing out loud that his ship is being pulled out of hyperspace. And then maybe I should just pull up. Let's do this. Let me duplicate this. Or let me just grab an image. Yeah, what I was thinking maybe put a he's gonna shout out loud. He's mad. He's like, fuck. I'm not gonna use the actual F word, but I'll misspell it intentionally because I sometimes say that out loud instead of saying the actual word. But it does sound like the actual word, so I'm not really accomplishing anything by doing that. But instead of spelling it out, I'll use FUG. And I thought maybe that on top of the mechanical announcement, he's not very excited about what he's being paid for this cargo haul. He's not excited about what he's hauling, which I haven't really touched on exactly what it is. Maybe that'll come up a little bit later on. But he is excited about one thing, and he's happy about this. He's going to, what did I call it? Let me zoom in. Golden Hills Station, where the big guys like to spend their credits. So he's expecting to go to Golden Hills Station to get better jobs and get better pay. So he's happy about that. Until all of a sudden, he is pulled out of hyperspace travel. And he's ticked off about it. He's like, fuck! And then alarm's going off, so he takes his helmet off and he's preparing for what's to come. Welcome to my humble home, said the spider to the fly. And then we go into where he is out in space, where pirate ships are surrounding him. And one of the pirates is announcing out loud, "Cargo pilot, power down and prepare for boarding. Your cargo is now the property of said pirate group," right? And then that'll be, what happens next, to be continued. All right. Just to give you an idea of how I'm laying these out, and I'm not going to use the computer text. That's not the point. All this is going to be by hand. For parts of the title, some of that might be incorporated as just copy and paste, but it's going to be the hand-drawn art. There will be other opportunities where I'll be using digital elements and digital tools to create what I need. Those will be separate streams. Right now, this is going to be a hardcore focus in traditional tools, using drafting tools, simple drawing tools, and inking, lettering, whatever I need to create this comic book page. So I'm going to get rid of this reference here that I made. Delete it. I don't need it anymore. And let's get to it. Oh, I also need to get in the habit of sort of announcing or introducing you to the music and everything else. So I currently have Spotify running, royalty-free, copyright-free music by Carl Casey and White Bat Audio. Some other artists may pop up at random stuff, but it should be copyright-free. Should I have any sort of infringement or break any sort of rule by playing music that's I'm not allowed to play, then I'll get the notification. I'll see that. That'll happen. But so far, so good. And enjoy the music while I get things going. Don't think there's anything else I really need to say, and I think I'm just going to go for as long as I can today. I will take a break eventually. I think I'll keep the mic on and see how it goes. Can you read what I just wrote? Thank you for being here today. I really appreciate it. Okay, if I have the music up too loud or anything like that, please just let me know. Decontrol is a hardened half-life of a lonely space industrialist. To live in the 30th century means countless adventures of surviving a scattered and controllable society hell-bent on taking what doesn't belong to it. Decontrol is a hardened half-life. I call him a half-life because it being based off of a video game, he's always dying and coming back to life, right? How can I incorporate that into a serialized story? To live in the 30th century means countless adventures of surviving a scattered and controllable society hell-bent on taking what doesn't belong to it. That's because he lives out in space, lives in his ship, is always running cargo jobs, getting caught in the middle of all sorts of adventures that he probably didn't think he was going to end up in. He'll be heroic, he'll be non-heroic, he'll be, neutral. He'll, he's like that because that's how I sort of play him. So Mission Decontrol is a play on my role-played game avatar. Decontrol for the game Stoicism. Excuse me. It is an open-world futuristic space game where Decontrol fights to survive crazy 30th century universe full of pirates, aliens, war, and much, much more. So I think I'll go ahead and write that out because that's going to be for the caption box here. And I have to consider how much space I'm going to need. I'm going to go ahead and use this as an opportunity to draw that out. That way I can finish up with whatever negative space is left to work with. Maybe I don't need to put anything back there. Similar to some of these other panels, there's not much to the background. Oh, I forgot to mention down here in this one panel, I may have gotten myself sort of backed into a corner here. I thought this was enough space for this dialogue. I'm afraid that I have the box a little too narrow, so I didn't quite give it enough space. So I think I made a mistake here. Not a big mistake, but It may not quite fit properly, but we can make it work. I do not want to go through and redraw all that. I could, but I don't want to. I like the way it is for now. I'm just going to leave it. Sorry. Go ahead and erase that out. I was wearing a digital art glove, but that digital art glove was probably smudging my graphite just as much as my oily skin. I'm not that oily, but a little greasy, but not that much. But it's plenty to mess up my graphite lines and shading. It kind of blurs everything together. Let's see. Ooh, let me record while I'm doing this. I keep forgetting to record my video. I can download it when I'm done with it, but it doesn't separate my audio channels. Okay. I'm cool with that. I need to stand up for this. I've already pre-drawn the border for the caption box, and so I'm going to use that top edge that you're not going to really see as the top hole for the lettering guide. This top hole going to the next hole represents the space in between, which is called the leading. So this is the leading space. I'm using my mechanical pencil because regular pencil is not going to give me an accurate line. But what's tricky is lining up the hole. For mechanical pencils, I only have this 0.9 at hand. I hope it's not too dark. Looks like it's really dark. I'll go ahead and use my regular pencil. Since it's lighter, I just have to be really careful. Am I hitting it? I think so. I'm skipping that one hole because that hole represents a lowercase. As I'm doing this, I need to keep my pencil. Oof, see? And now my pencil tip is probably not quite good enough to reach. There we go. All right, let's try that. Let me sharpen my pencil. Actually, sharpen it this way. Okay. We have this top line, which is the top edge of the caption box. The space in between that, we leave that alone, and then the first line of our handwriting is going to start here. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to be very gentle with using this pencil. It's already a sort of soft, dark pencil. Where do I want to start? This is the N. Always kind of nervous at first, but once you get going, it comes out. I think I can write that better. Hello, how you doing today? Is that Ira? It's hard for me to see. The screen's kind of far from me, from my face here. I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly. Ira Linga VT, how you doing today? I'm going to redo this. I think I can space the characters out a little bit better. I gotta be real careful here that I don't erase my guides. That's a little bit better. Doesn't allow me enough space to include hardened. H-A-R-D. That would run into his mohawk. So that would continue down here like I had before. So hardened half-life of a lonely space industrialist. I'll take out the word lonely. I'm reading off of the description off my website for this, but I can always change it. If I really needed to take him out, I could. I could move the whole line over. I don't mind a little bit of overlap. Okay. So this bottom line would then represent the bottom edge of my caption box border. And we'll leave it simple, cut and dry. Decontrol is a hardened half-life of a space industrialist in the 30th century. I considered also, maybe off camera there, I considered also underneath his cargo ship, caption box underneath there with some sort of description. I'm just going to keep this for now. We'll try it out, and then for the next strip, we can always change it up. So this word here won't fit. I'm going to get rid of it. There we go. It's gone now. It's a kind of a strange space in there. I'll leave it the way it is, and I'll consider spacing it out. Well, no, I can just do it right now. Using my brush to get rid of the eraser shavings instead of my hand. Just kind of close the gap on that space there. so that'll give me just a little bit of overlap where his hair is there. Is that broken still? Let me sharpen that. So definitely don't use this pencil with the lettering guide. I just needed a better mark for those edges. And so that leaves us with our negative space, which we kind of look at the same time that we're, sort of like we would look at the positive space and whether, that works out. What's going to be in the negative space is basically black. It's space, so a space field, and so there will be, some maybe white splatter for star effects. Since this will be just black and white, it doesn't have to be a complexity of stars or patterns or anything like that. Originally I had like a planet behind them and a space station, but decided to put this caption box in here, right here, which covered up the space station, so I took that out. Just a side note, this is a space character. This is a pulp science fiction story idea that I'm working with. This is the first comic book page. That's its own individual strip. So a second page would be a second strip, similar to a newspaper comic strip that you would see. A serialized story, serialized story that we'll start off with this character and just do something short, a couple of strips to try it out. But he flies a cargo ship as one of the many ships that he'll get to fly. His main ship and his main job in the 30th century is to haul cargo. So he also does industrial type jobs, and this is all based in the video game as well. I'm not going to copy point for point from the game, and I'm talking about Star Citizen here, the space game, as thank you, as the influence. I need to make this as unique as possible, but it's just, it's a pulpy kind of a little bit generic science fiction that we can have a lot of fun with. So I'm flexible. I don't want to get in trouble by copying something out of a video game, although my character avatar that represents this is the main inspiration. So I think I'll just leave this negative space here for now. Maybe move on to this panel 3. So we were just working on the title panel, and that title panel, oh hey, well, hey, thank you so much, I really appreciate that. So our title panel here, panel 1, which will have just a blurb about the description of the story and character, and that says Decontrol is a hardened half-life of a space industrialist in the 30th century. And I use the term half-life because since it's based on the video game, he's always dying, coming back to life, restarting, so forth. The first part of our story panel shows Decontrol in the cockpit of his ship. Wording that I have here for the caption box represents his internal thought, and I've already changed it up a bit. So he actually says, I have my notes everywhere. He says taking a job in space means crap for comp. Or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. The next panel, I gotta switch back and forth here. The next panel is a view from behind. We'll see a weapon attached to the back of his pilot seat, and we'll see all the display panels, switches, and control boards for his cargo ship. And then here he's still in his internal dialogue, sort of complaining about his situation a little bit. So taking a job in space means crap for comp or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. Next panel says, how the hell did I get stuck with both? That's my dumb luck, but the destination is what piqued my interest. Golden Hills Station, where the big guys like to spend their credits. You can't wipe the smile off my face right now. And then it goes to the next panel, where an alarm goes off with onomatopoeia or sound effects, and then a mechanical voice warning Decontrol that his space travel's been cut short because he's just been stopped by a band of pirates. Let me back out a little bit. Thought I had a little bit more showing. He's upset by the fact that he's being stopped short. So it's funny that, you know, he's saying can't wipe the smile off my face, and then all of a sudden he's being sort of pulled over. And in the next panel, he's taking his helmet off, and he's saying to himself, "Welcome to my humble home," said the spider to the fly. And our next panel shows his ship being confronted by pirate ships, and then the pirate announcing out. Cargo pilot, power down. Prepare for boarding. Your cargo is now the property of the pirate group, which I didn't write in. I'll make that up as I go. And then that's the to be continued, what happens next kind of thing. And then we go on to the next strip. So what we're going to do next is just touching up on this panel here. This is the first page for this sort of story, this sort of thing. This whole page is experimental. This whole page is practice. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. And what's funny is I've abused this bristlepboard paper to the point where it's starting to turn to fibers. So I need to be real careful about that, because when I go through an ink on top of it, it won't hold my ink very well. So I need to wrap up on drawing things out, which is what we're going to do here. Simplifying the shapes for the control panels. That way it's easier for me to identify for inking. And then after that, we'll fix the onomatopoeia on the next panel. I'm going to keep these papers out so my hand is not smudging my graphite. I'll keep the occasional monitor or panel kind of floating, but sort of repeating what I was talking about before earlier in the stream, where I changed up these art panels a little bit offline. And I want the control panels for the ship panels, switches and dials and so forth, to have the analog theme, but I need to draw them out in simple shapes. So while I may have part of the sort of dashboard here sticking out here at the bottom, I really want everything in rows and neat segments. So I'm just going to spend some time sort of redrawing these out a little bit. Hopefully I'm not smudging my pencil around too much. I like the panels up here. The spacing is kind of tight. This will help me for future panels using the same theme. I can just keep these areas that I need to draw in simple. I do want a sense of symmetry, but I don't want to be bound by that rule. So I do want to break it up a little bit. No, I'm really just eyeballing these angles. Which, you know, I'm okay with. It doesn't have to be precise, but I don't want it to look wrong. Maybe I'll just continue this edge all the way across. Hopefully I'm not drawing too far off screen there. Do a quick check on all the streams, checking on YouTube, checking on Twitch, checking on Kick, and checking on X. Instagram had stopped working, so I had to cancel that one for today. Well, I'll try Instagram again tomorrow. Eventually, I'll get TikTok going. And wherever else I can sneak into. Yeah, let's use this. One of the best elements to break up a situation like this is to incorporate hoses, cables, anything that can kind of dangle and break up a sort of sterile drawing of, you know, symmetry. off to the edge there. I know there's going to be a caption box right here, so I'm not too worried about two caption boxes. One about right here, so you will see some stuff here, and then a smaller one down here. So I'm not too worried about what's going on in here. Oops, sorry. In fact, I should probably stop here with it because I know that's going to get covered up, and go ahead and draw in. Like I have one caption box here, which is I need to pull up my reference here. So before this, taking a job in space means crap for comp or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. Next is, how the hell did I get stuck with both? And that's right here. How the hell did I get stuck with both? And then over here on the right side, that's my dumb luck. But the destination is what piqued my interest, and so forth. Comp being compensation. And I didn't want to write out all of compensation. So taking a job in space means crap for comp. Just sort of a shortened name for how he would say it. Okay. Actually overlap that. Do I have it written out? So I actually need to take this whole chunk. Let's try it out. Let's do a quick test. I'm gonna trace out oops, sorry, off the edge again. Do a focus check. I think it looks okay. It's going to be a little bit light, what I'm doing right here. Okay, let's try. camera here. And go back to, oops, stay there, paper. All right, so I'm going to draw in my caption box space on top of a tracing of that area from the panel. So that's the actual size. And I'm going to go through and use my lettering guide. And let me set a top border. There is a lot of wording in this one. And let's try right there. All right. Go gadget lettering guide. Hopefully we can see everything okay. I think focus is okay. I'm going to line up my top caption box border with the top hole. I'm just going to do a little gentle sketch to make sure it's lined up properly. I'm going to go to the next hole. And continue down, skipping that lowercase hole. Oof. Okay. Need to go again. Setting up. That's too high up. That'll work. Oof. Ooh, that's that's almost perfect. So down here, I may need to skip this. Make sure I don't reach down all the way there. So let's go ahead and write in our internal dialogue. Our thoughts. I need to pull up my script here. Oof, I really want luck to fit here. Shoot. I may have to move. I may have to rethink that part. Either put it in its own caption box or put it in with the previous caption box of how the hell did I get stuck with this job? How the hell did I oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm skipping on my own words. How the hell did I get stuck with both? After he's complaining about the compensation pay or the cargo itself. I have a feeling this isn't going to work. Oof, that ran out too. Oops, sorry. Golden Hills Station. There's more to this story than I'm not letting on. I think Golden Hills Station should be where funny stuff happens. Which is why you find the big rich people spending their money there. And he's hoping that he can get a better paid sort of job or contract by going there. Big guys implying like corporate leaders, stuff like that, decision makers, money people. I don't know if I need an apostrophe there. And I'm going to say like to flex their credits. But I had to remove there where the big guys like to flex credits. That doesn't sound bad, right? Okay. That's my dumb luck. But the destination, Golden Hill Station, where the big guys like to flex credits. Oh, I see where I went wrong. I forgot. But the destination is what piqued my interest. That's my dumb luck. But the destination is what piqued my interest. So I'm going to write that out. Yeah, so definitely need more space. Whether I need to separate out the caption box into different ones. All right. How are we doing on the stream? About an hour and a half in. We're getting there. I'm just going to take a... I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to take a quick water break. So I can always do this again and write it out again just to make sure it fits. And I'm spending all this time, probably taking a little too much time going through and setting these up, because this will be a repeated process for the future pages. We'll tighten up that process as we go. It won't take nearly as long, to the point where we should be able to get, a page drawn out, for the stream. May not be able to do inking on the whole page during that same stream, but we should be able to draw it out, sketch everything out that we need, with enough detail to probably go straight into inking. While inking, additional detail can be incorporated into the drawing, but that's because I'm sort of doing each step. If other artists were coming in and collaborating on any sort of step in this process, I would need to do a better job, a cleaner job. Let's see, go ahead and pull up my focus settings for this camera real quick while I'm chilling out here for a moment. Let's try that. I need to keep that window available. All right. I wish this was a little bit easier to see on a stream. Unfortunately, I'll need to work with what I have here. But you can see more art than you could before when it was drawn in very lightly. So I'm glad we're at this point. Just to show a whole page view here. And I'll straighten it up for the stream. Let's see if I can get my camera up further. Nope, probably not. Hard to get it to fit perfectly. Alright. It's probably as good as I'm going to be able to get it. Let me shrink this down. There we go. Okay, and keeping in mind that this gets shrunk down for a mobile screen size. Again, this format, 14-inch by 17-inch, would fit better on an iPad screen or a tablet screen. And if I wanted something that was formatted specifically more for, let's say, like an iPhone or something that's taller in portrait orientation, I could actually draw in 2 columns of panels for 2 separate strips on this one sheet of paper. Because in the iPhone format, and I keep saying iPhone because that's what I use, but for small handheld devices, it's going to be a very narrow column. In fact, I'll show that again. Can I share? Is that it? Nope. Let me grab my reference here to share. That's what I had up earlier. I'll just keep this around for now. This fits perfectly on my iPhone. you're watching the vertical stream, let me adjust that. Yeah, so this is the portrait orientation of or the vertical layout for how I would probably start off the comic strip, with a top panel representing the title panel. The 3 panels underneath can be split into 2 panels each, so I can get up to 6 story panels. The bottom panel, but it's just really how I want to tell the story with those 3 or 6 panels. So that's intentional, so that when you look at it on your screen, you can push up and then it scrolls down. If you've ever read a comic book, when you flip to the comic book, you open up a comic book page, you see everything, even the last panel. So it's sort of spoiled a little bit, but you still read from top left to bottom right in the States. Not everywhere in the world, but this is meant to be from top to bottom. Anyways, yeah, so what I have, let me hide that. Boop. So what I have set up with this 14-inch by 17-inch is a bit too wide for an iPhone. So when I look at this on my phone, there's too much space at the top and bottom, and I have to pinch zoom to bring it up. But again, an iPad tablet dimensions, I think should work out okay. So I think on the next page that I do, I'll do the iPhone orientation to see how that works out. Doing a focus check. Now let's do a quick stream check everywhere. If I still got folks hanging out with me at the moment, thank you for hanging out. If you're lurking, that's totally cool too. Everyone's welcome. Looks like Twitch is good, YouTube's good. X is still rolling, and Kick is still rolling. Oh, you know what? Let me refresh Kick. It's got a black screen. There we go. Okay. All right. Yay. Happy about this and how this is coming out. If I started this again, I'm going to start back up here, go back to drawing here in just a moment. What I do with, make sure I have all my tools handy. If I started this again, I would change some things. Maybe just how I do the title, maybe how I view a character and the scene or environment behind them, and so forth. There's a lot that I'm juggling as I go, and one of the reasons why I'm sharing so much information as I'm going is that I have spent the past several years teaching comic book creation as a camp and a workshop at a private school. And what I like to do is collect comic books. I like reading comic books. I'm into Marvel and DC, a lot of stuff. But I grew up with that in the in the 80s and 90s and up to this point. Um, and every now and then, I always get my hands into making a comic book or drawing myself, drawing my own ideas or doing fan art or something like that. So I'll be online a lot more often sharing that stuff. I would like to, I'm going to be honest, I would like to monetize what I do online to help support that artwork. Um, so I'm going to be very open and upfront about those kinds of things. Hopefully that helps inspire other artists to do the same thing. Um, to give it a shot. It's the whole entrepreneurial sort of mentality of wanting to share your stuff, wanting to be compensated for time, wanting to trade art for money or for other services, wanting to help people, or wanting to just produce a fun, entertaining piece of medium that's going to be liked and shared by a lot of other people. Or maybe people don't like it. We'll see what happens. It's not the first first idea or the only idea that I have. My website does go over some of those things. It is under construction, but it is viewable. And if you go to Calderone.art.com, or if you use the https // Calderone.art, that'll take you to the website as well, which is why I call myself Calderone.art. But I would like to take these stream videos and turn those into something a little bit more educational and useful that I'll post on YouTube. YouTube being my main channel for posting video after my streams, which the streams I'm going to broadcast to as many places as I can for now until things sort of pick up. So I think I will decide. Let's go ahead and bring that image back up. I think I will go ahead and decide on putting the internal dialogue. That's my dumb luck. That's over here on the right, and bringing it over to how the hell did I get stuck with both? And he's referring to low compensation and hauling cargo that's not really worth shit. Pardon my French. So I can adjust the area that that's gonna be required for that, and then move that wording over there. I'm going to go ahead and let me hide that. And then I will go ahead and set up, excuse me. Does that reach, or do I need my... guess I'll need my T-square and 45-degree triangle. Let's make our left and top edges. For this caption box. How far am I going to go with this one? Let's just keep it there. Let me clean this up a little bit better. Could do a better job. I could have done a better job of just not making a mess, right? I'll do better on the next ones. I can make a mess if I want, as long as I get it done. Ouch, I just poked myself with the pencil there. Alright. Paper straight on the board, T-square. It's lined up with the board. Oof. Let me go ahead and get our lettering guide. Or T-square, or triangle away. I'm going to line up with, ooh, let me zoom in. Okay, I want to be able to see my writing here. So doing a focus test and making sure I can read little wording helps me ensure you can see what I'm doing here. Alright, do I have that lined up? If you look right here, I have this hole lined up with the top edge of the caption box, and right here is a space. So I'm going to use this next hole, skip this one right next to it, its neighbor, and I'm going to move on to this one. So if you see a little arc right here drawn in, here, and here, that's because that is my line and space for my text. We're going to skip this one neighbor next to that first hole on each set because that's for the top edge of lowercase characters. I'll go ahead and just continue using my regular pencil here. I want to make sure that it's hard to tell if it's actually lined up or not. Visually, it may look like it is, but it's not. And it seems like it needs to go to the top there. There we go. Good enough. That one. That one. That hole, that one there, this next one, now go ahead and put in this bottom one. I don't think I'm going to need any more than that. Get rid of my guides here to get in the way. I throw these papers around so my arm resting on the paper and where I've drawn doesn't smudge any of the graphite. Okay. What did he say? He said, "How the hell did I get stuck with both? That's my dumb luck." Maybe he says it in a raspy voice like that. Over space. It seems like that gap is. That's okay. Let's give it a shot. Seems real close to the edge. How the hell did I get stuck with, see, that's going right to the edge. May need to make some adjustments here. It looks like wonder if I need to bring it up. I think I will. Let's do it. And before I do, actually, I'll go ahead and erase out. I wish I had my eraser shield. Would help me erase in between these guidelines without erasing the guideline itself. I don't have all my tools available to me at the moment. But I will get them one of these days. Yeah, let's go ahead and erase this part too. It's okay if I leave a little bit behind. I do need to get rid of these eraser shavings. Let's get our guide. Line it up. But let's line it up in the center here. Let's see, where is... That's the space. This is the top of the caption box. I may need to put a separate, let's go ahead and write out So I may need to separate the lines. I don't want to, but I may need to. Hmm. Yeah, I have to make it caption box more narrow, I guess. Maybe I should have added another line up here. What if I just reword it to how the hell did I get both? How the hell did I get both? Instead of how the hell did I get stuck with both? And that might, see, that would barely fit there. He's really okay. I think I will allow that. That's pretty tight. I should have added another line up here. Should I? I'm gonna leave it. How are we doing on time? 2 hours in. Oh, I need more table space. Oh, you know what? I guess I could go ahead and do this one. Taking a job in space means crap for compensation or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. How the hell did I get stuck with both? That's my dumb luck. But the destination is what piqued my interest. Golden Hills Station, where the big guys like to spend their credits. Can't wipe the smile off this face. And then the warning alarm goes off, wiping the smile off his face. So I know this one as well is also going to, may also be trouble, because I changed the wording, and originally I had this written out, but it's no longer relevant. But what I've replaced it with is going to need more space. Taking a job in space means crap for comp. I'm going to say comp instead of compensation. Or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. So I know I'm probably going to need to go all the way out here. And I'm going to start in this corner. So that means I'm going to need to erase this out. That's okay. Because it was just some lines and shapes. That just sort of represented paneling and seams or other details in the background of the ship. Bye-bye eraser shavings. Need a hook or something, put that on. Okay, see what I did there? And let's take oops. I'm going to go ahead and draw in my left border. I'm going to let the lettering guide draw in the top border. Let's move this out of the way. and do a focus check. I think that's okay. Sometimes it's hard to see on my monitor, but I can read it, so I think it's good. Alright, I'm going to line up this top hole with where I need to have the top edge of the caption box. I'm going to slap it right there. Let's try that. I'm going to go all the way across. I'm going to go into... Ooh, I think I'm going to run into my camera here. I'm going to skip the lowercase. Yeah, sorry, I need to move my camera. I think thinking about this and looking at what I've done so far, one concern I have is that I have too much LED space for the wording. Let's go down to this here. I'm going to make sure that I'm lined up. Down just a little. That's okay. Good enough. And I'm afraid that there's too much space between the lines of text. Sort of eating away the space I should be using to get more words in. I think that's enough. Voila. There's our parallel horizontal lines spaced out for the top edge of the caption box. First line of text, space, second line of text, space, second line, third line, so forth. I don't think I'm going to need all the way down here, but let's see how it goes. I don't need my T-square at the moment, or the lettering guide. Taking a job in space means crap for compensation or cargo that ain't worth the trouble. Let me see if I can adjust my camera just a little bit where you can still see it and it's not quite in my way. Let's try that. Do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. That's a little tight. That's okay. Crap for comp. Can I change this to say taking a job in space means crap for comp, or cargo that ain't worth the trouble? Can I have it say taking a job in space means crap for comp, or cargo that ain't worth the wear and tear? I don't want him just bitching and moaning. I want him to have a legit reason for being concerned about, you know, what he's hauling, what he's being compensated for. I guess, you know, like the player in the game and like myself, I can see wanting to go for richer cargo versus cheap, you know, junk. You don't want to haul junk. I mean, you get money for junk, but if there's something better that's out there that you could make more money off of in a quicker amount of time, then, you know, he's going to want to go for that. And that's sort of maybe one of the goals of the game. Of course, you can just haul junk and make money off of junk, but you're not going to get very far, and you're not going to have a whole lot to play with. So it's really just what your mindset is in the game, what you want to do. Decontrol, I can see him. Well, he's got to keep his ship maintained. His ship is not a normal ship, cargo type ship. It's sort of customized in a way. I won't get into details on that, but it's a customized ship in a way that he's going to have to keep working on it. Something's going to break, something's going to need modified. If he's carrying cargo, maybe he needs to adjust his cargo capacity somehow. So he's yeah. I don't want to drone on and on about too much, but let's see here. Him being concerned about the wear and tear of his vehicle, of his equipment, is a legit concern. And saying trouble is too generalized. Alright, so how's the spacing look on all this? I'm cool with it, and I'm still a little bit concerned that the leading in between the lines of text is just too wide. So when I ink it, I may be a little bit liberal in how, or extend out just a touch, instead of trying to keeping it within my lines. I'm gonna probably go to the line, which will mean the stroke is gonna stick out a little bit. We'll see how it goes. And I don't know, when I go back and look at my streams or my recordings, sometimes I'm concerned that I'm over explaining things, but then I realize, well, if I want to use the video to explain stuff, I need as much information as possible. There's nothing wrong with too much information with art. See right there. Go down to here. But I nailed that just right with the spacing and given myself space here. I originally knew that that's my caption box space here in the corner of this panel, so I made sure that I didn't worry about the detail here, and instead the focus of art was going to be, you know, pushed down into the corner. Now that that's ruled out and penciled in, let me do a focus check on the camera again. I don't want to put it on autofocus because it's constantly going back and forth. Okay, let's set it there. Here, let's use the T-square to draw in our bottom edge. We'll put it right there. Okay. Let's get an overall look at this so far. Here. How the hell did I get both? That's my dumb luck. Oh, I need to fix his hand here. His fingers are too long. So I need to get rid of fix the tips of his fingers so they're not so long. Looks like a monkey hand. I think I'll keep this panel the way it is. Let's go ahead and start laying out the next caption box. All right. Always make sound effects. So this is going to start here on the right side in this caption box, but the destination is what piqued my interest. Going to Golden Hill Station, where the big guys like to spend their credits. I'm going to be rich. And then intentionally, the last line, "can't wipe the smile off this face," is in its own panel. Just to emphasize the emotion. Because in the panel, you don't actually see his face. You don't see his smile. But the panel after that, when his alarm goes off that his route has been halted, that frown's been turned upside down. But that's not in his internal dialogue. We're not going to write that. Alright, I'm going to leave the art where it is here. Let's get our T-square back up on the table. Is there a way I could put it up here? Oh, actually I could. That's kind of cool. Alright. Sorry. Move my music bar out of the way. Let me make sure I accidentally closed it, so let me make sure that the music bar is still visible. Looks good. Let's do a stream check. We're almost 2.5 hours into the stream today. Kick looks like it's still doing good. Yep, I see my arm reaction. Twitch is still good. I see my arm reaction. YouTube looks like it's a little behind. That's okay, as long as it's rolling. I also see the scrolling text underneath my face camera. So as long as I see that movement on all the streams, everything looks good. Just need to get some more viewers. That's okay. We'll get there. We'll keep pushing. One thing I need to do is produce more video, posted video content on YouTube that I can share online and social media and stuff like that will help me out. So in the background, I'm trying to work on that at the same time. We're going to put in our left and top edges here. I think I'm going to need a lot of space because there's almost the same amount on that panel that I just did. Let me get my reference back up. I keep closing it. But the destination is what piqued my interest. Golden Hill Station. What do you call it? A dash, a hyphen, where the big guys like to spend their credits. Sorry, sometimes I draw a blank when I forget what the word is I'm trying to say. Alright, I'll need my T-square to go ahead and draw in my left edge. Yeah, I think I'm really going to have to go kind of far in. In fact, I might as well set the spacing. Oops. Sorry if I made a weird noise. I'll set the spacing on this similar to what's on the left. Put that over a little bit. Let's see how this works. So that way it's sort of to the sides of his helmet there, of his head. I'm not going to use a regular eraser. In fact, let's use something a little bit more gentle. This paper is a delicate flower, and we don't want to use the eraser to rub holes into it. Our India ink, when we ink later, will not be happy about that. Ames lettering guide set on 6. I'm gonna go, let's go here. Setting our top caption box border using the top hole of the Ames lettering guide. Hope my pencil reaches. There we go. I'm gonna go all the way. I'm gonna go all the way to the panel border. I'm going to go to the next hole for the, oops, oh my gosh. Do that again. My finger got in the way. That's okay. Oh wait. I totally missed this whole box, didn't I? I should have erased it, erased the area a little bit better. Let me do that again. This line here goes here. This line here goes here. Next line. All right, let's bring Wait a minute. That is not right. Let's set that up again. How did... Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was okay. This thing throws me off sometimes. Because there's this. And then this line. Yeah. There we go. That's better. This line. This line. Next. 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 We'll stop there. We have a pretty good start. Let's start writing it in. What if it says how the hell did I get both? That's my dumb luck. My destination is what picked my interest. The destination is what picked my interest instead of saying but. So I'm gonna write in there's my top. Now wait a minute. There we go. 1, 2. I may have messed up my line here because it looks like how did that happen? It is a mystery. And I think having this detail that I was supposed to really erase out, I should have did a better job erasing it out. I think that threw me off when I was drawing in these parallel lines. No problem. It just means you have to hear eraser sounds for a minute. The spacing, what I noticed, the spacing for the top of my caption box and to the top of the first line was too tall. So somehow I started off wrong. So I need to look at that again. Because this top edge is the spacing. How's my time? Oh, still got some time here. See here? Here to here is different than what it was before. Can you? You may not be able to see that very well. That's okay. I got my hand secure on the ruler, so I'm just going to continue. Okay. I don't know how I got it mixed up. See, that looks right. And this looks right. So here, 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 just to be sure, right? It's okay. I see what happened now. Yeah, I don't know. And then I've had situations where I think I made a mistake and I erase it, only to realize that it was fine the way it was. Let's try this, but this needs to go here. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Next line. Yep. Next line. So part of it was right. Okay. Word. There. I think I fixed it up now. So I should be good. Let's go ahead and put in our internal dialogue. What is D-Control saying in his head? He's saying, what I need is a Choco Taco and some Funyuns. Right here. Here. Right there is a bag of Funyuns. So he says real teeny tiny F-U-N, and then has a couple little circles representing crunchy onion rings. Salty, nasty, crunchy onion rings. No, they're so good. So he's got a little snack bag right there, sort of hiding in the corner, a little Easter egg. All right, let me get back. That should do it. Hopefully vertical and horizontal streams can see okay. Alright, sorry, I'm messing around. I feel like it needs to start off with but. How the hell did I get both? That's my dumb luck. The destination is what piqued my interest. I think I'll just rearrange it a little bit. The destination, Golden Hills. Oops, forgot the I. And I'm writing way too fast. Need to slow down. Because it's looking more like handwriting. So I need to slow down a bit. Or looking more like, you know, loose handwriting. See, I may not have room right there. Okay, I'm going to change this up. The destination, Golden Hills, comma, the station for the rich. Originally it says Golden Hills Station, where the big guys like to spend their credits. I need this to say Golden Hills Station. I don't think it's going to fit, unfortunately. Oh. It'll go off the page. It'll go off the panel. So we will remove Golden Hills Station, or that line. Oh, I accidentally erased my guide. Okay, whatever. The destination is what piqued my interest. Needs to be a hyphen here. where the big guys flex their credits. I don't know if I can fit guys in here. Nope. It's right on the edge where the big guys flex. Let's see if it'll work in here. Whoops. Sorry about that. I might have to keep bumping into my table here, or moving my table. Alright, let's see. Are we really going on almost 3 hours? Wow. Holy smokes. I think I will go ahead and add in a final line here. So I need to whoops. Oh shoot, I really can't I? Well, I can. I had a water bottle up there as well. Another Easter egg, but we'll maybe move that somewhere else. The Funyuns must stay. Whoops. Try to quicken the pace here a bit. Excuse me. Of course, I have no idea where I put my lettering guide. Oh shoot. It is under this paper. I just need one line, so I don't need make sure I'm lined up. Oh, lots of things in the way here. Again, making sure I'm lined up. That'll work. Bottom edge. There we go. Okay. Where the big guys like to flex their credits, implying that there are employers at this station that would hire him for higher compensation than what he's getting now. We'll make that fit. I don't care if it's scrunched in there like a bunch of sardines, you're gonna fit. Alright. Need to watch my angles. See this, I probably need to just rewrite this. Let's leave that there for now. An only sort of concern is I don't really have a right edge for my caption box here, as the lettering has run into too close to the edge there. So I'm just going to leave it. That'll be a flaw that I'll have to live with. Next up, I need to go through and add in my onomatopoeia. And what I had drawn out here before was just a light, and it was going to be a flashing light. So there were going to be like light areas and maybe some shadowy areas. I was hoping for some intense black and white to show how, show it flashing, but I think what I'd rather do is I had removed the onomatopoeia that was like beep 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 and change that into that burr 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 burr, sort of a grungy alarm sound effect here on the side. But here on the left side, I was considering more of warning dialogue by maybe like the ship's computer or something. Whoops. And there's a warning voice. That's producing an alarm. And I was thinking maybe something similar to that that I have up here on the screen. And of course, oh wait, shoot, I did forget the last part over here. Let me get rid of this. Where he says you can't wipe the smile off of this face because he is about to go make bank over at Golden Hill Station, and then that's when the alarm goes off because he's like, you can't wipe the smile off this face, and then all of a sudden the smile is wiped off because of the alarm. But looks like I ran out of room for that. That would be down here. So I would need to move everything up here, bring it down here. I could totally do that if I wanted to. I wonder if I should. And go ahead and just block this out. I can keep the same parallel guidelines for the lettering. I just need to add two more lines up here. maybe 3. Yeah, see, I might have to erase all this and put all that in. I want that in because I think that's a little bit of a comedic sort of timing effect. And I feel like it's sort of just doesn't have the same or the same carry as if it, weren't there. Yeah, let's go ahead and erase this out. Because if we're going to make any sort of major alterations, spend time with, big changes or fixing mistakes, this is the page to do it on. I think if I was further along and I'm trying to quicken up the pace and get this out the door, I may have to make the decision to leave that out, move on, and finish it up, and then not spend, the hour or whatever required to fix this up. It probably won't even take that long. Let's go for it. So I'm going to use my eraser pillow to gently take out as much graphite as I can. We can still see what's remaining behind, but I can see enough also that I can trace back over my guidelines. That eraser pillow makes such a mess, but it's a great tool to have. And just keep in mind it will also smudge your graphite a bit, so even though it erased out this area, you can see the difference in paper white, and what's remaining is still some graphite behind, and in fact it's been sort of smudged out, so you have a sort of soft blend of graphite in here, probably because I need a new eraser pillow. I think I've had that one for quite a long time. But I will need a harder eraser for this area here. Actually, no, I won't. We'll do the same thing, well, just in case, something happens and you want to draw it back in. Alright, let's go with that. T-square is needed for this. If I have any viewers out there currently, whether you're lurking or just hanging out in there, I really appreciate you being here. And I'm hoping that I have enough content today that I can post on social media, on TikTok and stuff, just some highlights of today. I haven't posted anything in a couple of days because I'd rather get to a good finishing point and share that versus all the little scribbles and scratches and stuff. Some days I have a productive stream. Other days are not so productive. They can be a little bit rough. only because it's a lot to juggle. Live streaming your artwork. Let's go right here. I'm gonna draw in my top edge. Next, oh shoot, you know what? Should I line up with, yes, because let's do that. The next, the destination is, and then there's this line. Yeah, let me line up still can't tell if I'm actually lined up with it or not. There we go. Go to the next line. Skip the lowercase. Our leading. There we go. And the actual top should actually be right here. We'll get rid of that line. This will be our line here, because this was a line of text. This will be a line of text. This will be a line of text. I really should draw this back in. It'll let me. There we go. Go ahead and hit these guides again. I'm probably okay just leaving these. Alright, there we go. I said I would do it, and I done and did it. There is a bigger panel here to work with for the internal dialogue. Let's get to work. Get my paper down to protect the graphite everywhere else. Let me check my streams real quick. Get a drink of water. Tear off these little things. Concept ship for the pirate attack ship. That's one of the things that I sketched out yesterday on yesterday's stream. These bits of the paper here on my sketch paper keep getting caught on my rulers and edges, so just gonna take these off real quick. Let's make sure our viewers can see everything that they need to see. Let's do let's keep going. I'm gonna keep the way I had it, so I'm not gonna use the word but. So the destination. I do not remember it going all the way across like that. Oh well. The destination is what piqued my interest. Just going to stick with the script. Hopefully that's not too hard to see. I can go in a little bit more. But let me do a focus check. Ooh, that'll work. Golden Hill Station. Like that's a hot spot for space truckers. Will it fit? Please fit. This is an underground comic, so it'll fit. Even if it's kind of squished, it fits. I'll write it out again here just in case, because I do need punctuation and don't have any room for it. I'm going to say go, where the big guys go. Ooh, how am I doing on... Let me just double check here. because I think I only need 2 lines for can't wipe the smile off this face. Flex their creds. I can use a little bit of slang. Should I say ha? I'm going to put in ha, comma, can't wipe the smile off this face. No, exclamation, ha, and I can't. Sweet. The destination is what piqued my interest. Golden Hills Station, where the big guys go to flex their creds. Ha! Can't wipe the smile off this face. Burr, 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 burr. So yeah, I did put in, too much time worrying about parts of the panel and artwork that I didn't really need to worry about. So now that I have my caption boxes in, I could go back and spend some offline time cleaning up and, fixing up the areas that are there and visible. Like the previous panel that we just worked on. Has all the control panels, display panels, knobs, and switches and stuff that you could still see. But about some of what I drew in, I had to erase out to make room for wording. I hope this wording works out. I'm taking kind of a risk at making my wording too big for what this is for. But I think it's worth the risk. And as I've been going along, I have been taking a picture, opening it up on my phone, looking at it on my phone to get an idea of how legible it is. Whether I have to zoom in real close to read what's going on, or can I read it the way it's presented on my phone. So I can't wait to clean this up, ink it, be done with it, move on to the next one. I'm excited to tell this tiny little story. Let me do a focus check. Actually, that looks good. Let's hold it there. So I'm going to stream for about maybe another hour. Well, it's almost 3 o'clock my time. And I think I'm going to go, and I've been streaming for over 3 hours, which is great. I'm super excited about having that long of a stream at once. And I appreciate those that have stopped by and said hi and stuff like that. Feel free to say hi or ask questions, or if you have any feedback you'd like to provide, any sort of constructive feedback. If you're here to talk smack, don't bother. But if you're here to provide constructive feedback, or whatever, you have questions for me about my art, about the story, or about what the heck is going on overall, I'm happy to chit chat with you guys. I can hold a conversation, draw, and watch the stream at the same time. It may throw me off a little bit and it may slow me down, but I do enjoy the time chatting with others. I do apologize if I'm chatting and I just kind of forget what I'm talking about and drone off a little bit. But in all honesty, inside my head, this character's talking, and he's talking in his own head, or he's talking out loud. There's pirates attacking him and shouting out loud, shouting orders. So all that's going on in my head, and the alarm going off and so forth, while I'm, I love to discuss any of this topic with chatters and stuff. So that's totally open. Or if you want to lurk and hang out and just listen to music, I'll do my best to not talk so much. Yes, over here on the left, I thought about a mechanical sort of voice announcing an alarm, just saying warning, warning. There's a word balloon. The very first word balloon in this story is on this panel, overlapping the mechanical voice. And this is where D-Control is yelling out, "Fog!" Sorry, I should have warned about, I was going to shout a little bit. But he's shouting out, he's angry. I mean, in his mind, he's ready to go to Golden Hill Station and find some good work, when all of a sudden he's, his travel is stopped, is halted. So he's traveling through hyperspace. I'll stick with that term for now. He is traveling through hyperspace on his way to his destination, on his way to Golden Hill Station, where he's being paid to drop off whatever materials he's hauling. And I can't say whether he's just starting out or he's close to the station when a horde of pirates pull him out of his hyperspace travel. My ear pod is about to die, so I'm going to pop in the other side. So he's being pulled out of hyperspace by these pirates, and they're ready to attack. So even though he's had this internal dialogue this whole time, he's shouting out, "Fuck!" He's mad. So I'm gonna hand draw out the ellipse shape for that balloon, but at the same time, I need to put in the mechanical warning, and I think warning is kind of a long word. And I kind of need that to fit in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 characters. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a spiky balloon, because he is shouting. But I need room for the pointer as well. I'll have a distressed border for the ellipse versus a spiky border. We'll stick with that. Gonna bring up the edge a little, and that way my pointer is accented a little bit more. Okay. Good. Still got a good view, yeah. Wonder if I could do a robotic lettering style. Oops. Boy, did I mess that up. Just moving along thinking I know how to spell the word warning. And apparently I missed the N. Bring out the exclamation point. I get the idea. Okay. I'm going to move my thug lettering up a little bit. because that's a safe way of cursing out loud, is just saying fug. Apparently. And then see if I use a narrow or thin type of lettering, it'll have to be in black. And every time I think about this this sort of onomatopoeia or lettering and stuff, I see it, kind of envision it in color. And this strip is going to be black and white. I'll draw it in, but I'm going to practice a little bit with how I'm going to stylize this lettering, because I want it to be robotic looking, and it's super messy right now because I have the background art as well. I may just clean it up and then redo it, just so it's a little bit more presentable and easier to go over with ink. But I get the idea here, and then I can put in some sort of action lines, emphasis here on the light that's going off. Next is going to be, because I already have the burp 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 kind of drawn in, and I'm okay with that. I may refine it offline a little bit, but I've drawn that in where I want it. I want it to look chaotic in here, and I'm hoping that it's where it needs to be, so I'll leave it at that. In this panel, I need to make sure this caption box or this placement or this area that I have for wording is enough, because this is the one area I was sort of concerned about, but I think I'm okay. So let's go ahead and clean this up. As long as I don't have to push real hard with my white eraser. I won't have to use the pillow eraser so much. That leaves a little bit behind, but that's okay. When I'm done inking, or while I'm inking, I'll be cleaning up as much as possible. It's going to be a little messy when it's done, I'm pretty sure. But I think it's going to look cool. I'm going to be happy with it. It'll be a great start. I think I'll go ahead and overlap a little bit. I also need to bring down the bottom border. Go ahead and get rid of the cockpit view port edge. That's what that was. This, and then I'll need my T-square Let's make sure we got a good spot for viewers to see. Lettering guide. All right. I already have a top edge for this caption space, so I'm just going to extend it out a little bit. I'm just going to use the side of my lettering guide. It's a straight enough edge for me to use. And draw in, oops, clumsily draw in my left edge. Oof. I think that's okay. There's a little bit of a tangent here, so to break that tangent, we'll extend out his spike. I don't mind a little bit of overlap there. I think it's kind of cool. Alright, let's lay down our lettering guides, starting with the top. What is in the way? Oh. Okay, I need to double check here that everything is in order. Looks good. All right. I need to start from the top here with the space. Oof. There we go. I hope everything is working out. Just need to double check. Look behind me a little bit as I go. Okay, nice. I think that'll work. Whoop whoop. Welcome to my humble home, said the spider to the fly. Now wait a minute. I have this set as a caption box. Do I need to... Yeah, I still need to use parentheses. Shoot, I may have to ask somebody. Welcome to my humble home. His parentheses are covered up by his spike, so nah. But after welcome to my humble home in parentheses, is it comma, period? It's supposed to be a comma and then close parentheses. I'm sorry if I'm shaking the camera. I have a lot of, like when I do the lettering, I have a lot of force going into the fingers for some reason. It's just like I'm hanging on to the pencil for dear life. I'm putting a lot of energy into it, and it just helps produce this sort of lettering. At the same time, it's sort of relaxing, which is weird. I think I have it where I need it. Sweet, let's put in our left edge. Oh wait, that is the left edge. Sweet. And remove the bottom guides that are no longer needed. I'm not going to redraw in any of the background art from here. I'll just do that offline. Now, do I have enough time to move on to the next panel? Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't supposed to erase that part. Right here. We'll keep that bottom. We'll keep that bottom edge in. Nice. Now, do I have enough time to do the pirate shouting out orders to Decontrol to power down his ship so that they can board his cargo ship and claim their pirate booty, which is Decontrol's cargo that he was complaining about earlier? Now it's going to get stolen. All this is about to be ruined. And this is where we're going to leave the story off. Okay, pirates are surrounding Decontrol. What's going to happen next? But as we see just before that, as he's saying out loud, "Welcome to my humble home," said the spider to the fly. I think I'm actually going to turn this into... I may need to adjust that artwork a little bit. But I think I may have his mouth open and he's saying this out loud. Yeah, I think I will. I'll leave it like that for now. But also being spoken out loud is the pirate yelling at Decontrol through the communication link between the two, which means maybe the pirate has, he's able to announce himself over the audio equipment inside of Decontrol's ship. Let's do a focus test to make sure. Well, actually, let's just zoom back in a little bit. There we go. I'll go ahead and do a quick focus test. Been recording for 3 hours and been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to go through and add in this final, let's add in this final bit of dialogue with the Ames lettering guide, and then I think I'm going to have to call it a day for the stream. Cargo pilot, power down and prepare for boarding. Your cargo is now the property of... What is the name of this pirate group? I wrote pirates just because I needed to fill in the space, but now I'm erasing it. That was just me sketching it in to get an idea of spacing and sizing for my wording. And I still think my leading between my wording is a little too tall. Sorry, the table keeps bumping. I'm gonna try to fix that at some point. And I know I have the microphone right next to it, so hopefully that's not too loud. Let's go in and add in our top and left. Now this is not a caption box. Instead, it's a word balloon. And this, or bubble, whatever you want to call it, it's a word box. This word box will have rounded corners and will have some jagged parts to imply that that voice is being heard through a mechanical device, through audio equipment, whether it's through headphones, through he controls headphones, or through the speakers in his cockpit. That sound is being broadcast through equipment. Thus, the word box is going to have, or the dialogue box is going to have a sort of style to it. I'm going to throw down a left edge. Can we see okay? Yeah. And from here, I'm going to put in my top border, but it's not going to it's just sort of a guide for spacing to start. Because this dialog box is going to be more rounded. I don't think I need a whole lot of space, but I'm going to have to come up with a name for this pirate group, and I may need a little bit of help with that. I'll think about it, and I may have to actually put that part in offline. I may not have time to throw it in if I don't have it figured out. I have 3 lines available for lettering, so I'm going to try this out. We'll see how it goes. Cargo pilot, power down and prepare for boarding. Your cargo is now the property of... In my digital mock-up, I have 4 lines. I have 3 here, so I wonder if I need to go ahead and throw down a 4th line. And I kind of, well, you know what? I would have to adjust my ruler anyway. So let's just start off with this. Is this really shaky or what? I'll have to go back and review my video. I may need to fix my camera to the wall next to me instead of on the table, because the table is going to be a little bit shaky at times. I need to put down over here. Extend my balloon or my dialog box out beyond that a little bit, so I should have enough room to go back right there. So I'm going to erase that. I should have stopped myself as I saw it. Alright, we'll get this and we'll get this wrapped up, and that way I can have some time to make some video content to post on social media. Oh, I don't need a period there. Power down and prepare for boarding. Or maybe I could put a comma there. Power down, prepare for boarding. Originally it says your cargo is now the property of. We're going to change that to your ship is now the property of. I dropped my guide. Do I have room for your prepare to be boarded? No, I don't have room for that. We'll add in a fourth line here, and now the property of, and then we'll maybe put a sort of zigzagginess, like we'll, yeah, okay, I know what to do. But let's go ahead and add in our guides for add in our guides for this fourth line of wording. And then we'll draw out the dialog box. Let's get my T-square. We are going to get our lettering guide. Paper's always in the way. Okay, and border. Now I can slide the paper back. Apparently these guides are just a suggestion. And then here we'll have the name of the pirate organization here, the name of this group of ships. Let's go ahead and throw in some cleaner edges. Let's see here. For sort of digital look, wanted to kind of maybe break up the edges of the dialog box and break up the straight edges into maybe a digital look somehow. There is a sort of pattern commonly used to imply a robotic voice speaking out loud, or a speaker broadcasting a voice out loud. And sometimes the border of the dialog box will have a special pattern to it. I may need to look that up. That's another offline task. Your ship is now the property of, but here, yeah, because here what I want to do is actually write out the name here of the pirate group here, but in special characters. And then the border of the balloon will be sort of spiked out a little bit. I may need to redraw out the ship. I don't know, we'll see. Actually, I shouldn't need that much space. Okay. There's one more caption box, but I am going to do that offline. That caption box is down here, is the to be continued caption box, with the little decontrol drawing right there. Like, WTF, what the heck? I'll do that later. In fact, this one's not quite as important, so I'm just going to leave it in case I need to draw in more detail for the ships. It being the final panel, I want it to have a pretty good impact on the story and for the viewers. Let me do a quick let's try that. Okay, do a focus adjustment. I hope that's okay. In fact, you know what? Let me zoom out. Let me dolly out this camera. I think it's still in focus. It's kind of hard to tell. Anyways, oops, sorry about that. Dang. Let me move this for the vertical stream. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Alright, so here we go. Mission Decontrol. The first comic page. Oh, got stuff falling everywhere. Sorry. Mission Decontrol, the first comic page. Decontrol is a hardened half-life of a space industrialist in the 30th century. Here at the title panel. Taking a job in space means crap for compensation, or cargo that ain't worth the wear and tear. How the hell did I get both? That's my dumb luck. The destination is what piques my interest. Golden Hills Station, where the big guys do go to flex their creds. Can't wipe the smile off this face. And then the warning light starts going off, and the warning voice with sound effects, and then he's yelling out loud, "Fog!" It's like, "Fog!" But realizing his fate, he says out loud, "Welcome to my humble home," said the spider to the fly. We'll leave Decontrol here, where he's facing off with a pirate group of an unknown name, and one of those pilots is broadcasting out to Decontrol, "Cargo pilot, power down, prepare to be boarded. Your ship is now the property of that pirate group." And then it ends there, to be continued. And there you go. My table's messed up here. There we go. I will return to stream tomorrow. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here because would like to work on video content a bit before doing any other stuff, any of my other things for today. Let's see. Is that a good view of everything? All right. Well. I'll work on some video content that I can post over on TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, everywhere else. Tomorrow I'll jump into the stream. I guess finalize or fix up the artwork up here in the title panel. I think I'll have some work done offline before starting the stream. We'll clean up some areas. I need to maybe draw in some more. Well, I do need to draw in some more ship detail here. I need to clean up the writing and stuff. This is going to be really messy until I ink it. So I don't think I'm going to erase it all and then redraw it. I'm just going to leave it, ink it in. That's cutting a corner. I do need to finish up the panels in here that we see in the cockpit. So I still have a few things to do here and there that I want to make sure are taken care of before I start inking, but there's a possibility I'll start inking tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I want to thank anyone that stopped by to hang out with me, that stopped by and said hi. There was Ira Linga VT, that looked like I think that's it. Hopefully I didn't butcher it. That stopped by and said hi. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Yeah, anything else I need to go over? Don't forget I'm listening, or I have been listening to Carl Casey and White Bat Audio for the past this whole entire stream, in fact. So I appreciate the music that they provided for us to use, royalty free. I'm going to go through, switch over to ending soon, as I thank everyone, and just look over my streams. Looks like everything is still going. Yeah, hopefully I will get Instagram back up and going again. But I've been going for 4 hours according to my stream channels here over on Twitch, YouTube, X, and Kick. I'll return on those channels tomorrow, hopefully with Instagram. Other than that, feel free to reach out to me if you need any work done or if you have any questions or comments or criticisms. Yeah, that's pretty much it.